ladies and gentlemen. It's 5 minutes past the hour, and well, I tried to get a little bit of extra sleeping time from Anna yesterday, but she said, no, we start at 8, so we have to start at 8. Now we have a quite interesting program from now until lunch, more or less, which includes also a little walk outdoors to the hangar eventually. And before we start the program, we have some information about the flying, because there will be also opportunities for test flying for those who have registered, and I know that there will be some information first.
Yes, we have some flights scheduled for today as well, but as always when it comes to flying with small airplanes, we have to adapt to things like weather and other things like. So we're going to do it a little bit differently today to get everybody flying that is supposed to today. And for those that are scheduled, and I will call your names now, you will stay in the hangar. There is no flying before everybody walks up there. So you're just going to stay there afterwards. We're going to queue you up and get you flying, and then you can walk back down here. So those are Rickard, Mattia, Alexandra, Peter, Katarina, Jörgen, Mats, and Kim. You will stay up there, and I will be there as well, so you can ask me if there is anything. The plane is going to be in the hangar. Tom is going to talk about it for everybody, then we're going to take it out, and we're going to get you flying. So, see you all up there.
So, with many microphones and loudspeakers at the same time usually adds up in trouble. So, today we will work in a block called Block 3, Future Opportunities and Strategies. How can we speed up the transition? And as I mentioned, this includes also a walk up to the hangar. We will have a look at the mix, a presentation around the aircraft, and then we'll go back here. And I will tell you already now that bring your coats, because it's not very warm outside. It might even be a little bit wet. So please do that once we get there. But first of all, I have been given a few minutes to talk about this. Picture comes up there. Yes, thoughts about the future of aviation. When you get a task like that, the usual drill for me would be to show you in 10 minutes, probably 10 or 15 slides with a lot of pictures of fancy aircraft, futuristic aircraft. You will see drones, we will see the Hart Aerospace aircraft that we just saw on the screen, we will see some aviation drones and maybe even a film. And then we will say, wow, that's great. But I would like to take this a little bit further, and you will not see many nice pictures there, but some maybe thoughtful pieces of text. And this is why, the reason for this rather, is that I think that we have to get out from a little room called the dreamer's room to a room called reality room. And that journey is actually, we're doing it right now. I mean, this conference, this project is part of that going out to reality. But we also know that we have to do that a bit more quicker maybe than we thought some years ago, for many reasons. So I have this, the future of aviation, and even if I would click on this, nothing will come, because I don't know how the future looks like. I doubt that you know how the future will look like. I didn't know what this morning would look like when I went to bed yesterday. I could guess, I could look at the weather, I knew it would be raining, and I knew about approximately the temperature, and I was hoping that it would be at least VMC so you guys could fly today. And I knew that we would start this conference around 8 o'clock, and I also was expecting a nice breakfast. But more than that, I don't know, not so much more. So I don't know how the future will look like, and I doubt that we should pretend to know how the future will look like. But I care about the future, and I care about how the future will look like. And I personally, and I think that's the reason why we are all here, we want to contribute. We want to be part of that journey towards the future. And more important than anything else, I know some great people. You guys. The guys at Heart Aerospace, Vertical Aerospace, Aviant, Boeing, Airbus, if we look at the aviation system, Eurocontrol, we have EASA here. Fantastic, by the way, to have both Eurocontrol and EASA here with us in this part of Sweden, in this part of Europe. And together with these great people, we will be able to work towards the future, to change. I don't know if this name tells you anything. I see some people are smiling, some is like, what is this? Arthur Dent, yeah, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. A book that I often come back to. I have read it probably 10 times, I don't know, because you find something new every time you read it. But the only, maybe the takeaway from this is that when Arthur Dent, who's then an Earthling, wakes up one morning and discovers that the intergalactic council or something like that has since long sent out warning notices to Earth and said that you guys are in the middle of our intergalactic highway and we will simply remove Earth, we will implode it, take it out. And you have received warning notices. But you haven't responded, you have not answered to the NPAs. So now, this is not the final warning even. You have, I think it's like 2 or 5 minutes, and then it's gone. And that's it. I think we have received a lot of warnings about our planet. And I think that what differs us from Arthur Dent and the civilization that that book is describing is that we have listened, at least many of us have listened, and we understand that we have to do something about this. The warning notices are posted on social media, in media. We can see it on CNN. We see everything from forest fires to droughts. So we know, we've seen the messages, we know. However, nothing is easy. This will not be an easy route or road or project to change our part of the system. Anyone who thinks differently could leave the room, honestly. It will be a very tough ride, it will be a costly ride, but we will have to do it because we know how important aviation is to the world, to Sweden, to Östersund, to us personally. We are all travelers, like the old SAS slogan. We are all travelers. And that's true. Either we travel distances or travel through the life, travel through time in a sense. And while I say nothing is easy, that doesn't mean it's not going to be made. It's not impossible. But I just say that we have to really look into every aspect of that change, like we discussed over the dinner table yesterday. I think this is really a massive change process that we are in, and we need some very creative and tough change management from everywhere, from politicians but down to the dinner table at home, to explain how this change will happen and that we don't lose the good things when we go through this change. Next, everything counts. The small thing counts, the big thing counts. When Airbus eventually, or Boeing, whoever, will fly the first hydrogen-propelled aircraft, that counts. But it also counts that when I fly back to Stockholm at 1:15 today, that I knew, by the way, as well, of my future. I hope at least it will happen at 1:15. I fly on sustainable aviation fuel. And not 50% that they can fuel into the engines today, but 125%. Because then I know that I have not only compensated, but reduced my aviation let's say, my emissions from my flight up to 100%. So with all calculations in the world, I know that that flight is fossil free. So I overbuy my, let's say, share of SAF. Everything counts. And I think that we all know that, but more people have to understand that all these small things for an organization, for example, to contribute and to drive the development forward counts. It also counts if we do nothing. It also counts if we go in the other direction and skip flying. That also counts. Transport nirvana. Will we ever reach there? And what is it? If there's one thing that I've seen in this kind of project and many other projects in the aviation field is that we talk a little bit too little about the other transport modes. Because every journey on a plane is a journey that started somewhere else in another transport mode and will most likely end up in another transport mode. And the transport nirvana, if we will ever reach there, if that is a sustainable, emissions-free transport system on demand there when we need it for short and long haul, then we really have to work to get these transport modes together. We have to make them seamlessly connecting to each other. My dream is to have a Transport Nirvana app, maybe it will be called Transport Nirvana, I don't know, where I can book my ticket from here with a CO2 budget that I'm allowed to, let's say, expose this planet to, and say, I want to get from here to Stockholm. This is my time that I have travel. This is my economical budget. This is my CO2 budget. And in my transport nirvana, I can do that in a click. And I will be getting my ticket from maybe the electrical taxi here or the bus. And then I will end up at my house with the same ticket and cook dinner. That's my transport nirvana. So this project is connecting, of course, and has to connect to all the other projects or non-projects. Maybe that should be another green pathway or flyway to connect to the other transport modes. Because I think it also counts for other activities that we will do in this airspace. The former Secretary of Transport, Anthony Fox, and I know that you have seen this before, but I think it's one of the best quotes of transport I've seen ever, has said the following: the reality about transportation is that it's future orientated. If we're planning for what we have, we are behind the curve. And we have now in Sweden a transport, let's say, political program in our infrastructure plan that basically do not discuss what we're discussing here. If we're planning for the future, we have to plan for what we see here as well, what we talk about here. And I think it's our job to tell our politicians locally, nationally, and in Europe as well, to say that, but this is how the system can look like. There are benefits with this, so let's try to see how we can get there. I think we are not doing that, or maybe we are, but we're not really heard yet. So we need to do that in a more efficient way, probably. And here, finally, maybe a picture. Did you see this? Yeah. Yesterday, it flew, even if it was feathered, I heard, like a string from rubber band, so they wouldn't go too far. But this is an interesting project, Vertical Aerospace VX4. It's have orders for 1,400 aircraft. It's projected to be able to carry 1 pilot and 4 passengers for up to 100 miles, cruising at 150 miles per hour, and achieving top speeds over 200 miles per hour with 0 emissions. This flew yesterday. And we can talk about Heart Aerospace, we can talk about all the other projects, but look at these guys. Rolls-Royce, GKN, customers from all over the world, very, very serious players. This will be a reality. These things will fly, and soon. And if we haven't prepared the system, as we discussed yesterday, we will have a huge problem because these guys cannot fly as the way they should fly to make a difference in the transport system. So I end up with just some thoughts from well, I wish I could say a friend, but maybe a friend of humanity, both a bad friend, maybe a good friend. This guy. We can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. Obvious thing, but most of our systems and legislation and when we recycle our annual working plan, we kind of walk into these circles, but not a bit without looking into the future. So I think that this circle that was, or this wave length here, but I think we agree it should be a circle, should be moving in time, and we have to have always the eyes towards the future. Otherwise, we will use the same tools and the same thoughts that we had when we created problems or inefficiencies. Another thing that Albert said, we shall need a substantially new way of thinking if humanity is to survive. We talk about breakthrough technologies, we talk about technologies that really change the way we do things. This discussion is about a new technology that will change the way we do things. And that's something that we really have to focus on. I think the biggest problem is that we should not lose what we have as well. So we cannot just run and say, yeah, that's great, let's all fly the Aviant. I would love to sit on top of it. But we have to also protect and preserve the good things of the system that we have today. And when it comes to aviation, it's impossible for me to think that we should just skip now into a fossil-free age like that. I mean, in media, this is sometimes projected as, yeah, let's just do it. Let's fly on SAF. We don't have it. Let's do electric aviation. We don't have it. Or small. So we need to protect and preserve the good things at the same time as we create the future. And this is the takeaway from yesterday, because I think we had very intelligent discussions, very interesting discussions yesterday. And the measure of intelligence is the ability to change. I think there was a great deal of that talk yesterday. We know that this is a road we have to go together, and it's about change management. And finally, I land with beautiful Eleanor Roosevelt again. For our own success to be real, it must contribute to the success of others. This was also mentioned yesterday. We're not creating this for ourselves. I love planes, I love to fly them, but it doesn't make sense to create this enormous new amounts of new technology and go through and push us through this change process if we cannot create benefits for those who use aviation. And I think the user perspective, I think you brought it up, both of you, is extremely important here. We have to use this technology to solve problems and create the success of others. Then we will be successful. So, good morning, future makers. This is our team, the future team. And just to see that change starts in our minds and then can really be projected. And I kind of make a loop here back to the book I mentioned. You will see why. This plane flew, right? Or this car flew in space. I don't know if it's still there, maybe even, is it? I think it's still circling around. and Elon Musk put this there. He also read the book, I think. Don't panic was also what Arthur Dent received on his kind of hood when he was almost crashing. Don't panic, because at the same time as we know how much we have to change, we shouldn't panic. We should do this in a nice, orderly manner where we don't lose what we have, but we also create the future together. So I end there. I hope at least I could share a bit of our thoughts, and these were thoughts. So, I mean, it's good to be able to share thoughts, because sometimes good things start with thoughts. So, ladies and gentlemen, well, thank you. We now go into the normal program, and we will start with a small change because Katarina Wiegler made a presentation yesterday, and now we will then go directly into John Nilsson from Swedavia, who you've already met, I think, around tables yesterday and in discussions. And John, who is the strategic planner at Swedavia, you will talk about plans going forward in terms of electricity and hydrogen, route design and airport design.
Sounds like a very complicated topic. So I made a change on that, and I don't think I'm going to show you the future how it's going to be. I'm just going to show you how much we don't know about the future. when it comes to Swedavia. Let's see if I get it started. Can start with I was here last year already. I didn't present. I was quite new, and I knew absolutely nothing about electric aviation, more than what I've read online. And I think now I know a bit more about what I don't know in electric aviation, but I still don't know that much. So we'll see if I can enlighten you if we get this to work. Maybe. Inshallah. Ah, so. Yeah. Perfect. So, yeah, my name is John Nilsson. I work at Swedavia. I am in charge of trying to figure out the future when it comes to electric aviation and hydrogen aviation on airports, and more how to adapt our airports to the future of electric aviation and hydrogen aviation. So today, there's been a lot of discussions about how we should plan for the future, so I was going to dwell a bit deeper in a study that we've started on Swedavia when it comes to trying to forecast future routes. Because for our part as an airport, we need to understand the future routes so we can plan accordingly. So this is a very preliminary study that we hope to, with academia in Sweden, continue to dwell deeper and try to figure out how we can plan our routes and how we can plan our airports according to the routes that we see. So I'm going to start. Let's see, do I have a timer here somewhere? How many minutes do I have? 15? Yeah, okay. I'll start with exposing two main topics that I see as very important for our airports. Is the forecasting of traffic, the structure of the peaks, the demand for our airports, trying to figure that out, and planning for an E-stand, the infrastructure and the consideration that we need to plan for an E-stand. And I'm going to talk mostly about commercial fixed-wing airplanes here, not eVTOLs or drones, as that's my main topic. So if you start looking at planning for an E-stand, we've broken it down in 4 parts that might not be equal parts, but 4 parts that we find are very important when it comes to planning for E-stands that we need to look into. I'll start with one of the more obvious ones, of course, electric infrastructure, energy storage. And that is not only on the airport, it's also outside of the airport. We need to understand what is the current state of the market. Can we get the energy to the airport? Can we bill for that? What does it cost? Is it the airport that needs to take the cost, or is it energy providers on the outside that need to take the cost? And it's a very important aspect, not only here in Östersund, Frösö, where there could be bottlenecks when it comes to energy, but also for all of our 9 other airports at Swedavia. And that is directly connected to the charging power demands, obviously. And the charging power demand is a function, quite simple, function of the amount of airplanes that we have at the same time, how fast the turnaround time is, and that gives us the energy output as well that they need to charge for that turnaround time. Very simple math. But we also have something that I'll come back to, which is more the forecast areas, the passenger needs and seamless intermodality. As Fredrik went here just before, I mean, it's the passenger needs that we're looking into. It's the passengers that are our customers. If they don't want to fly, we can just stop. So the seamless intermodality is very important for us. Make that door-to-door trip easy, perfect. And obviously, regulations that we need to adapt for when it comes to electromagnetic interference, for example, when we charge, or other parts that we need to update when it comes to catering for an electric airplane. But I would like to focus on the passenger needs and seamless intermodality, and I will come back to that in a couple of slides. And of course, to be able to plan for the airport, we need to figure out the routes that we'll have and the traffic structure. We can't plan for an airport if we don't know how many planes are coming, when they're coming, what type of planes there are, and etc. So this is probably things that you've seen before and you heard before, but it's good to always repeat and see what we mean with that. One of the big things is the business models for electric aviation. We need to have a working business model, either with PSO routes or commercially viable routes, but we have to understand the business models around it, figure out, is it worth to invest in electric aviation? When we figure that out, we probably also need to understand the production speed, the rollout of routes. I mean, we're talking here like electric aviation is already here and everything is going to fly perfectly, but we need to build those planes. There's going to be a lot of competition about the markets. We're looking at Heart Aerospace, for example. Looks like they're selling more airplanes to the United States than they're going to sell to Sweden. So how many airplanes will we have in the beginning in Sweden? Is it a point to build out, to roll out all the facilities on airports as quickly as we think we need to, if there are only going to be 1 or 2 airplanes flying in Sweden? Once again, the framework for the regulations that we need to look into, but also, last but not least, technological advancements. We all know here that batteries will be just better and better, and that will open up for new markets. And just the other week, Heart Aerospace announced that they're going to do a hybrid electric airplane. That also changed the range and the potential markets. So that's all about the technological advancements. And they all play in together with they all affect each other. So there's always, if you change one of the parameters here, you're probably going to change the other parameters as well. And in this presentation, together with the seamless and tonality, I would like to focus on the business models for the electric aircraft, because I feel like this is the main problem that we need to solve first before we can actually start looking at the other parts. So, what have we done when it comes to this preliminary study? Well, we can start with a map that you've probably seen before on the amount of airports, and please don't sue me if I forgot one airport. We have the Swedavia-owned airports in, I would say dark red. The other regional airports in Sweden in light red, and then we have Finavia's airports and Avino's airports. And there's a lot of airports around Östersund. But right now we have 2 lines from Östersund. We have, I think, in Sweden we have Östersund Umeå and Östersund Stockholm that we have commercially here right now. And Östersund Umeå is a PSO route as well. So we wanted to try to figure out how can we start forecasting new routes. What do we need to understand so we can forecast new routes, new possibilities here? And we need that at Swedavia because we have such a long planning horizon and it takes time to build an airport. So we need really now to figure out how can we build the airport for the future. So we started to try to do some forecasting. This is a preliminary study, and we haven't done that in detail yet, but we're trying to figure out what do we need to understand if it's interesting or not to actually have a route for electric aviation. So we had some consideration that we took. We have a travel time that is calculated from city center to city center because it's impossible in the beginning to calculate from every person, or from airport to city center. We have a travel time that is used without any consideration of delays on the road, so the best travel time by car or by public transport from point to point. And for cars at least, we have travelers will tolerate up to 1.5 times a longer route. If you sit in your own car, you don't change mode of transport. Usually you're actually keen on traveling a bit longer just because of the comfort of sitting in a car. And that's common practice when it comes to my past when I was transport planner for the Swedish Transport Administration. And obviously we couldn't complicate it too much, so the flight distance is calculated as a straight line from airport to airport without consideration of flight routes, etc. But the flight speed in this model can be changed if needed. And then we also put in something called a total waiting time. That includes all the moments on the airport, so even taxiing on the runway calculated as waiting time. But outside of traveling to and for the airport, and also when the aircraft is airborne, doesn't include in the waiting time. And I won't bore you with the details, but it looked something like this. This is in Swedish. It was a very messy, complicated Excel document done for all the different airports. Here is an outtake from Östersund Airport. You can see a bit of the travel time by road to Sveg, the travel time by bus to Sveg, and then all the other factors in it. But the main takeaway from this is this, and I don't want to be the negative force here, but I'm going to show something quite negative. If you look at the first column, you'll see the total waiting time at the airports, and we can put 45 minutes, which is unrealistic, to be honest. 60 minutes, 75 minutes, 90 minutes. We can put whatever number we want, but I took just 4 numbers here just to showcase. And then we have the different, all the amounts of airports within a certain range of Östersund Airport. 150 kilometers down to 400 kilometers, and 200, 250 kilometers is probably where the first electric aircraft will fly. Within 150 kilometers, there's only one airport that is close to Östersund, and that's Sveg. And then if you go to 400 kilometers, you have suddenly 31 airports that are within range. But the interesting part is probably how many airports are interesting to have a route to that will beat public transport or car transport. And if you see with 45 minutes of dwell time, like I call it, then you have quite a few airports. If you're looking at the 250 kilometer, you have 11 out of 13 airports. But as soon as you wait slightly longer, it doesn't beat car transport. If you wait 90 minutes, which could be the case in some larger airports, you don't beat many airports when it comes to actually driving from point to point in the city. What does that mean for the map then? Well, here you see the map when you have for 250 kilometers away from Östersund in the middle here, with the 45 minutes dwell time. Then all those airports that are in green here are the airports that are actually interesting to fly to from Östersund, that beats car transport in the best of times. If you go to 90 minutes, well, you're going to lose out on the closest airports. And for those who noticed, Sundsvall and Kramfors, they were never interesting to fly to from Östersund, because you can get there quicker by car. And if you go 90 minutes on waiting time on the airports, you lose out on Örnsköldsvik, on Sveg, on Trondheim, and on Vilhelmina up there in the north. So what I'm trying to say here in my conclusions is that it's very important to see the whole ecosystem. It's our role at Swedavia to make sure that the transit through the airport is quick and efficient, but it's all of us here that need to look at the actual door-to-door experience. How can you make it better to get to the airport? Because or else there will be no market when it comes to electric aviation. So for the business models that I see, this is only part of the business model, but is there an availability of the means of transport on that route? Will you beat it? Is there an availability of means of transport to and from the airport as well? And if there's not, can we make that work with some new means of transport? Can we make the public transports better to and from the airports? What demand is there today? Is there demand between those two cities? Will there be a new demand tomorrow if we create a route? We also need to look into that. Will the airport be able to satisfy the need of the turnaround process? Will we be able to have the amount of energy needed to make an interesting turnaround process that actually will make a viable business model? Or will the cost be too high? Who will pay for that? That's another question as well. And are travelers willing to pay for the cost of traveling between those two cities? If the travel time is marginally better, but the cost is much higher, probably you will still use a train or the road or the car. So that's also an important aspect. That's something I haven't looked into here. I've only looked at the time it takes, not the actual travel cost. Those are other experts that are much better than me to look into that. So, for us at Swedavia, we need to have well-defined inputs. We need to understand the business models. We need to work in cooperation with the rest of you experts to understand how we're going to build the airport, what you need, what you want, and can we meet you halfway or can we meet you all the way? But we also need to remember that seamless travel, seamless intermodality, that is the must if we have to succeed with electric aviation. There's just no way around it. You won't be able to fly an electric airplane if you can't get to the airport in time. So that was what I wanted to say today. So I'm open for questions if I have some time, or
Maybe we can have. I think you created you gave us a presentation that was very interesting and thought provoking, and we will come back to Q&A or a little session later on. But if there's a question on the spot, let's take that. 1, 2. So we take those two, you two gentlemen here, and then we will remain with the next speaker. Here you are.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, many of those problems that you now show us are due to the fact that we have really big airports and they're quite far out from the city centers, like Arlanda in Stockholm, which means that an airport like Bromma would have a lot shorter times. These problems would be less in one of those airports.
I have the data, but I haven't showed it here. But to be honest, Bromma does not float that high neither, because there's quite a lot of good public transport from the city center to city center. So there's not many airports where Bromma will be more interesting than actually taking a car, taking a train. Mariehamn, Visby might be interesting.
My point is kind of that, I mean, it's a lot of talk about closing those airports that are really close to the city center, and airports should be far out, which would increase this problem.
Yeah.
I mean, the thinking would be the other way around, that we should have the airports as close as possible to the centers.
It is, and I flew down to Gothenburg the other week, and I flew from Bromma. I live in Sundbyberg in Stockholm, and I took the public transport for once instead of taking my car to Arlanda, where I have the office. It took me 30 minutes from Sundbyberg. It's 1 kilometer straight line from Sundbyberg to Bromma. That is a problem. There's an echo here. That is a big problem, and I don't want to be negative, and I would love to solve that problems, but it's problems we need to solve. If we want to keep Bromma, for example, if we want to have other airports that are more interesting, we need to solve that issue about getting to the airport easily, and then for us at Swedavia, making the transit through the airport as easy and smooth as possible.
Thank you. And a short question here.
Yeah. Very interesting. Thank you very much. But I thinking the when you compare to the car and the waiting time, I think it's important what you are waiting for. If you compare going with an aircraft or a car, what are you waiting for? You compare the car, then you start to move. You're not waiting to move. You're waiting for something else. I mean, it's when you compare the aircraft to the car, it's how is what are you thinking about? You cannot work in a car. You have to drive it and so on. When you compare,
will you be able to work in a very short trip when electric airplane? That's also a question. I mean, you'll fly for 30-40 minutes. You barely have time to work. But you also wait 60 minutes, 70 minutes, wait half an hour, 40 minutes at the first airport, and then you have to get off the airplane and get to the taxi or etc. So it won't be that much long working time in those trips, sadly.
So, John, great presentation. Please give me a hand for John. I was reflecting as well, of course. I think all of us reflected on what you said, and I said that great. He's really making the business case for regional airports, and for a very smooth process at Arlanda Airport, by the way, and Bromma and the others. But obviously, I mean, if you want to fly on a short-haul route, which takes maybe airborne 20-25 minutes, you don't want to wait 1 hour at the airport. Of course not. That's so. To have an efficient
multimodality at the airports and an efficient airport process is key to everything that we do, I think. Even, I mean, without this new technology, but certainly with. Yes?
I agree and I don't agree. Did you want to pay closer to 30 crowns a liter for diesel 3 years ago?
If you ask me?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I have to pay now, so it's not a question of must.
Do you want to?
Preferably not.
No. So the baseline is always in these kinds of studies is what kind of prerequisite you put on it, which means that by changing like 5 of those prerequisites, you can change the whole.
Yeah. This is I think also what I meant in my introductory words this morning, because if we want to change, and we have to change, there's a lot of things we have to change. The parameters. Absolutely, I agree. So anyway, now we go to the next speaker, Trond. You're getting mic'd. Great, by Jörgen. Trond, you're the marketing director for EU research in Sintef. I'm sure you will say something more about that. And I see a title here which looks very intriguing. Current situation and future scouting for Norwegian aviation. The floor is yours.
Okay. I'm not sure what that title includes, but I will give you some updates on what's happening in Norway.
The microphone is not on.
Is it not? Okay. Is it on? Is it better? Hello? Hey. Okay. Good. So first, a few words about Sintef for those who are not familiar with the Research Institute. We have a head office in Trondheim, which is just on the other side of the border. And we are an independent research institute. We are a foundation, a non-profit. And we are about 2,200 employees. Most of them in Trondheim, but also a big office. In fact, the biggest institute in Oslo as well. And we are spread around Norway. And I'm posted in Brussels, so we have an office there as well. We are quite a broad institute looking at a lot of different fields of research, and we have employees from 80 different nationalities. Okay, and it was mentioned yesterday. I think it's very important, and we combine the technology development and the social sciences in our research. And we, of course, try to involve both sides in all projects we have. Okay, so over then to the aviation. We have been involved in aviation research since probably the beginning in the 50s and 60s. We span out of the university in Trondheim, so to be a bit more applied and work more with the industry. But in early 2000 years, we started to focus on air traffic management. We could see that all that research were moving into to a partnership. At that time, that meant that everything should be closed down for the members of that partnership, and this was called CESAR, Single European Air Traffic Management Research Program. Single European Sky should be. And we qualified for that partnership in a consortium called NatMig. And we, together with Saab, which is Swedish, and Airtel from Ireland. So the good thing about this kind of partnerships is that you combine all different stakeholders, from the passengers to the airline to technology manufacturer, research, and airport owners, authorities. So that has been interesting projects. Of course, everything goes a bit slower when everyone should have a stake in the development, but I think that's needed as well to get some results everyone can support. So we are now up to the third round of this partnership. It has changed a lot, and there are new entrants in the partnership. There are more than 50 members, and it includes a much higher focus on drones, for example. But this is focusing on the air traffic management part. Of course, that part should also take a bit of responsibility for the reduction of emission, of course, but not a big part, maybe 10% or something, but everything helps. And of course, this can be implemented on the shorter term compared to the rest, which is about a different partnership called Clean Aviation. So it used to be Clean Sky 1 and 2. Now it's a new name, Clean Aviation. They made this strategic research and innovation agenda. And then we saw, of course, from our perspective, both from the Norwegian side, but also from SINTEF, that if we wanted to be involved in the future, we needed to get included in this partnership. This was a bit new for us. We don't have the same tradition as in Sweden. We haven't produced many aircraft, but of course, aircraft is very important for Norway, maybe even more than in Sweden. So we had an ambition to position ourselves in this partnership, and we succeeded. There were a lot of applications, 82, and they represented more than 600 different companies in Europe. But 7 was selected and shortlisted, and we were finally then, after a long period, accepted as associated members, together with the university. So we have been able to position ourselves in the different governance entities and structure in Clean Aviation. There are only 15 members in the governing board, so there were, of course, not a seat for us there as newcomers, and that's fine, no problem. But there are sister bodies where we are placed, so we are able to follow that process as well. We are in the technical committee, and also at the bottom here you can see 3 squares where you see the different type of or prototypes that shall be developed by this Clean Aviation partnership. So it's a short and medium range aircraft, and it's a hybrid electric regional aircraft, and then it's about the disruptive technologies for the more long-term hydrogen-powered aircraft. So that's really exciting to be involved here and see and follow the work and work in this environment. We have also been able to have a national working environment together with the state representative sitting in this state representative group, which is good because then we as workers in the partnership can inform the ministry what they should discuss in this group, giving input to the Clean Aviation Partnership. So that's a very good setup. The first call has been ended, and just not to go into details, but the call had a budget of 700 and something million euros, and this was the first call. So they're rather big projects, about 50 to 100 million euros for each, for some of them. Of course, some of them are smaller. So now we are in this gap period where we are discussing the contracts. We are not heavily involved, but we are involved in some topics on the electrical driveline development side, together with Rolls-Royce Electric, which has a development site in Trondheim as well. Okay, something else. Since we now worked quite close with the university about getting into clean aviation, we started something we call a Gemini Center. This is where we see that we can work very closely with the university in different matters. We established this, and then we meet regularly to discuss this and help each other in this topic. It could be about buildings or fishery or oil and gas and whatever, but we now established one for green aviation. And they have some activities and working together. We are also involved in a rather big project about the airport side, Tulips. It's a Green Deal project, and it's Schiphol who is coordinating this, and Avinor and Oslo is one of the fellow airports. So we are involved here in SAF, in hydrogen work, trying to support, make the airport smart regarding the energy. And also what was mentioned here, air-ground connectivity for passengers, and also trying to make this international green passenger travel. So this is a part of this project. So we're trying to make a platform where the passenger can plan his travel from door to door with a green focus. So it's a part of Tulips, which will still run for 3 years, I think. And then we will hear more about this later today. We are involved in Elfly, the project of Elfly, the Pilot T project, financing type from the Research Council in Norway. So we are involved in testing the seaplane. And the picture here you can see from our sea laboratory. On the sustainable aviation fuel, I would like to mention a couple of projects there as well. So we have been involved in this together with Avinor since before the introduction of SAF in Norway, and we still are. And there are a lot of different activities, of course. It's quite a big part of this Tulips project, but there are also other projects looking at other types of fuel as well. This one in the middle is looking at black liquor for aviation, which is a byproduct for producing paper. And then Bio for Fuels is a research organization set up for a longer period, and it's quite a lot of funding for this one. Like 27 million euros. Here as well, Avinor is a partner. It's looking more at gasification, for example. Okay, and of course we have several labs we can use, but also we need funding to adapt these labs so they are suitable for the aviation. We have a lot of experience from electrification of the marine sector, for example, for ships, but maybe we need some adaptations to make it suitable for aviation. Okay, coming to the end, I would like to tell you about this Green Aviation Norway, Green Aviation program. So for many years it has been a really positive attitude in Norway towards green aviation, and the politicians came up quite early. And in fact, what I have been told, and it's confirmed by Heart Aerospace, that company started after the CEO of Avinor, the former one, declared his vision about zero-emission aviation. And it took 2 weeks for this engineer from Sweden to establish to think about it, check a bit the market potential, and then start the company. And this is how Sweden do it. In Norway, we don't do it like that. We think about it for a bit longer. But there are initiatives in Norway as well. But we thought that we need to speed up this process in Norway. We have been working to get funding, but since we didn't get anything, we had a change of government, and we had some funding in the previous budget, but then we changed government and they took it away. So the 4 of us, you can see here, it's the CEA and Avinor and SINTEF and the Norwegian industry organization. Decided that we need to do something, and we did it. We started this spring, and we have a plan for this program. We are still looking for funding, of course. but we have started this Green Aviation Norway to speed up the emission reductions, to establish green jobs, and to improve mobility. I have to say, of course, business case is very important, and that is the first thing any company need to look at. But I also see a big potential in using electric aircraft for a lot of different airports than those who are running today. So I see as soon as this is up and running, we will have maybe Östersund as a hub, and the same at Værnes. And you can start using airfields which are not in use with scheduled traffic today, and you can even establish new ones, because it's very environmental friendly with maybe 1,000 meters of runway instead of establishing railway or roads or whatever. So I see a great potential. Of course, it's difficult to get it started, so there need to be some help from the government and with funding, for example. So we look at the whole ecosystem. We would like to include the energy suppliers, the communes, municipalities, the counties, the industry, and get together and, as mentioned yesterday as well, work together and try to not duplicate all problems and solutions, and work together. And since both the airport owner and the National Civil Aviation Authority is involved here, I'm quite optimistic, and we have also a direct line to EASA and discussing this initiative with them as well. We will have this conference in Oslo 18th of October, and we both, the Commission will be there and EASA will be there. So it's an international conference, and Airbus, Rolls-Royce, and the others will, of course, and a lot of active players in this field. As mentioned, we are looking at all aspects like the airspace, training, the fuel, infrastructure, and aircraft systems, of course, and operations. And we think that you need to look at everything to get this rolling. We got airspace and airports available for the testing. And we will not do the testing or be active in that way. We will just try to facilitate and help everyone who will be involved. And there are quite a lot of initiatives going on in Norway as well. So if you would like to look more into this, there is a site. It's still only in Norwegian, Grønn Luftfart, but it will be in English in a few days, maybe today or maybe tomorrow. And soon you will find a link if you would like to sign up for this conference as well. I think that was the last one? Yes. Okay.
So thank you very much. Very interesting presentation, and the projects that you were involved in is of course amazing. So thanks for this, and we will make now a little transition to Heart Aerospace. We mentioned that to company, and Anders, as you said, the founder and CEO of Heart Aerospace. I can confirm what you said, that it was just a few weeks after the statement by the director of Avinor that he kind of decided that this is what I will do. So talk about working actively for a change. So I don't know, are we connected? Okay, so let's stretch our legs 2 minutes, and then we will connect the machinery here. But don't go too far. Stay here in the room or just outside, and then we will connect Heart. tables. I go here for Kim Salander. I see everyone here in the lobby. Aviation conference. Ska vi köra igång? Ja. Hej, hej. God morgon. Tackar. So, let's slowly come back to the tables. Christopher, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Great. Can you also see us?
No.
Oh, okay.
I see a very nice white wall.
Ah,
Can you,
there you go.
can
Now
you
you
see
can
me?
see me, maybe.
Yes.
Hello.
Fredrik.
Yeah. Well, you should know that there's a lot of people here looking at the screens, looking at you, looking at Heart Aerospace logotype, the symbol for part of the future of aviation. And we are extremely interested to listen to your presentation and to see your presentation. And Christopher, I've known you for a while, and as the head of research and development of Heart Aerospace, maybe you have the most interesting job in the world right now, possibly. We will see,
Yes.
yeah. And together with the fantastic team of Heart Aerospace, this past Thursday we witnessed what I've seen been mentioned in aviation technical media as a breakthrough for electric aviation, hybrid electric aviation. And I'm sure that this is what you will tell us much more about. So the stage is yours, Christopher.
Thank you, Fredrik. So yes, you're correct. That is the intention, to show sort of the delta between where we were 1 year ago when I was talking about Heart Aerospace actually on site in Östersund. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there with you guys today. Hopefully there will be more opportunities to talk face to face in the future. So yeah, I'm head of research and development at Heart Aerospace, and at Heart Aerospace we build airplanes, electric airplanes. We are here in Säve Airport outside of Gothenburg, and you can see our hangar here. We have 2 hangars. We have office spaces for about 100 people. But we are growing out of this facility. When I started, we were about 17 people, and that's where we were last year when I talked to you guys in Östersund. And since then, we've grown to about 136 people. It's not just about the size of the team, right? It's about the competence that we have in the team. So together we worked on 100 different aircraft programs all over the world and certified aircrafts on 5 different continents. And we also have a growing community of people from the automotive industry coming from electromobility as a background. So we think that we have the competence to take this. But as I said, we are sort of growing out of our facilities right now. So and we like the place. We like to be in Gothenburg. We think it's an electromobility hub. So we are going to stay here, but we are going to build our new campus that's going to be up and running by 2024 and be extended all the way to 2028 with functionalities. And we're going to call it the Northern Runway, and it's going to be part of Gateway Säve. And it's going to house about 500 engineers. It's going to have room for testing of flights, 3 different aircrafts at the same time, and we're going to have a final assembly hall here as well. So we're really looking forward to have these facilities built. But we didn't start here. We actually started when Norway went out and said that by 2040, 100% of the short-haul flights will be electric. And because of this very unique landscape and the unique routes that Norway has, it's a very unique air infrastructure. So what we designed and what we built was the ES-19, a fully electric aircraft for 19 people. But this aircraft had its problems. It solved a lot of problems. It solved the climate problem for regional aviation. It was also targeted to be a very profitable short-haul aircraft, because that is something that the regional airlines are struggling with today. And because of those two problems, the climate and the profitability of regular aircrafts, we see a decrease in connectivity, and regional airports are being severely underused. So we think that electric air travel, and we still think that this could be a sort of sweet spot in the middle of the Venn diagram that can solve all of these issues and improve on them. And apparently some other people saw this as solving these problems as well, because last year, just in the middle of summer, we received funding from Breakthrough Energy Ventures and United Airlines and Mesa Airlines, and also an order of 200 aircrafts of the ES-19. And they saw this as a way to rebuild the market in the U.S., so not just targeting towards Norway, but they saw it as a way to rebuild the market in the U.S., which since had declined. In the middle of the 90s, they would fly 100 19-seaters all across the U.S., but now they're not flying any because of these problems that we see in profitability, in the climate impact, and the connectivity issues. But the ES-19 had its problems. For example, it's very hard to fit in the amount of batteries that we need if we're going to certify a CS-23 aircraft. So we had weight limits that we struggle with. We also had operational restrictions, specifically in the US, where newly certified CS-23 aircrafts could not be used in commercial traffic. We also struggled with the reserve rules that ate up a lot of the range that we could do electric. Flying 45 minutes and getting to an alternate 185 kilometers away just ate up too much of the operational range. So what we did starting in February is that we designed a new airplane, and here it is. Right, so the ES-30, as you can hear by the name, it has room for 30 passengers. It's configured in a 2+1 seating configuration with a generous pitch of 30 inches and with full storage capabilities. And you can have a full baggage compartment, and there's even room in the front for a small galley. There's a full glass cockpit provided by Garmin, and it operates in all weather conditions, in the dark and in icing conditions with electromagnetic explosive de-icing systems. And as you can probably notice, we have moved the batteries to the belly. The batteries power 4 electric engines that are situated on the wings. And for almost all purposes, that's everything you need to know. But for those conditions where we need to go to an alternate, we also added a turbo generator at the back of the aircraft that will be fueled by sustainable aviation fuels, and that for those cases where you need to go to an alternate, you can do that by generating electricity to the motors from the turbo generator. But in most cases, the turbo generator will be switched off. And we call this a reserve hybrid configuration. So about the range for the ES30, we can do 200 kilometers all electric range, and that's enough to cover a large part of the market, especially for the early adopters of this technology. We can still do 400 kilometers with 50% reduction in emissions compared to a similar aircraft. And we are happy to announce that United and Mesa Airlines, they converted their orders for the ES19 to orders for the ES30. And we also have a new order from Air Canada on 30 aircrafts. And so we're really proud of that. We also have a letter of intent for 96 more aircrafts from some of the leading airlines in the world and leasing companies. So that's about our new product, and it's going to service in 2028. But we started this project in 2019, and we've come a far way. Even though we revealed the ES30 last week or 2 weeks ago, we've done a lot of things before that. The first milestone was to test the drivetrain. The next milestone is to test all the systems together in our so-called integrated test facility. In 2024, we're going to roll out the ES30 as our rollout demonstrator, and in 2026, we're going to do the first flight tests. So we can see the demonstrator of the motor and the electric drivetrain here, which we tested already in 2020. And as I said, the next milestone is to build our integrated test facility where we test all our things, test all the systems together, because we can actually test the motors inside because they don't produce any gas. So this is our Hangar 2, and this is obviously a 3D rendering of the aircraft. And our ambition is to build an aircraft in this hangar with some of the very complex systems that we can see in an aircraft. Even though we're working digitally with a lot of tools, we also want to work physically. So our ambition is to clear out the hangar, and we build up this the airframe. We equip it with a bunch of systems, like the avionic systems in the cockpit, de-icing systems, flight controls, navigation lights, the motors and power electronics and batteries, and finally, a flight simulator so that all the systems will perceive it as if they were in the air. And this will help us test the aircraft in many different ways, but so that's going to be a huge benefit for us. So this is, again, obviously a 3D rendering of this hangar. But even though we announced this last week, we already did our homework. And this is a photo of the same hangar. So we have built the ITF and we are currently running tests on this in the hangar with the flight simulator and pilot in the loop. And we recorded a little video.
3, 2, 1, release.
Here we will perform the fully integrated test of the ITF, the integrated test. The idea is to test all the systems that are now integrated, like flight controls, avionics, motors, and other systems, together in a flight. So all the systems will be exercised at the same time.
Are you feeling optimistic about the test so far?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's gonna work. Right aileron surfaces moves up. Now move the pedal to the right. Nice. Nice. We're gonna test the 4 motors, 2 on each side. We're gonna power up and look at how it's gonna interact with the flight simulator. Engine 4 to max power.
Okay, engine 4 to max. Engine 3. Engine 2.
All 4 motors running. Congratulations, team. It's very exciting for our engineers, right? Because this is a mock-up of the real product. So it's been good to leave your computer, leave your desk, and come here to the hangar and seeing how your system, all the things that you have developed is working.
Okay, so leveling off, we'll just do a check of the flight controls again. Power's coming back to max continuous.
Power back to max continuous and leveling off 14,000.
We are not only building the ITF, but it's a kind of bonding with other teams because you could see people helping each other, many volunteers. It's a great experience.
Brakes on.
Brakes on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mandetta, where the local time is lunchtime.
So this is our way of working. This is Heart Aerospace. Thank you very much for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Christopher. We are about to go to an electric aircraft, much smaller than the ES-30 in a hangar outside. But if there is one question to you from the audience, probably many, but let's do one here.
I'll have a quick and easy one for you. What's the maximum takeoff weight, and how much of that is batteries?
That's a good question. The maximum takeoff weight is not something that I know, but we have about 5 tons of batteries, and it amounts to, I think, 30%. So you would have to do the calculation, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Christopher, and say hi to everyone in the hangar, the Heart team, Anders, and everyone else. Ciao, ciao.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Guys, thanks.
So, fascinating what we can do. Now we will leave this room, walk together. I think the weather is improving, so we waited long enough. Maybe we'll even have sunshine. Let's see. So we will walk to the Green Flyways hangar, where we will have coffee, I think, and then we will also see an electric aircraft, the Phoenix, have a presentation, and then we will walk back together. Bring your coats. It will be still a bit chilly, so join us. Some problems to connect to Mr. Christopher Massinger. We will work on that from the Swedish CAA. He will give us a presentation, I hope, but while solving those problems, we instead go directly to Stina Hellesund. And you are the business developer at Elfly Group. And I hope that you will be able to connect and we will see a very interesting thing. I read here, the reincarnation of seaplanes and electric racing. So reincarnation, that's something we usually, I sing in a church choir, and sometimes I sing about that, but for another guy. So now we will see reincarnation for seaplanes. Let's see. Look, slowly. Yes, look at that. Do you want to use the microphone? Okay, good. Stina.
Apologies. Okay, nice. Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Stina Hellesund, and I'm a business developer at Elfly Group. I'll be talking about our amphibious plane and electric racing today. Right, a beautiful road, right? Looks like we're really lucky in Norway, and we are. We have gorgeous nature, but there's an issue when you're traveling. It takes forever to travel wherever. So we thought, why not solve this issue with electric aviation? So our mission is to make it flexible and available and well connected. This is our great leaders. We have Erik Litun. I think a lot of you have met him already. Thomas Brødreskift, he's the CTO, the Chief Technical Officer. And he's already built the first ever electric seaplane. So he's a cool guy. And Erik Sandal, he's got experience from IT and other startups. He's very fond of numbers. He's very good at numbers too. We're a team of 10 people. So we have the business side in Bergen, where I'm sitting, and we have the technical side at Jarlsberg Airport outside Tønsberg. Right. We have 3 main projects, the biggest one being the amphibious plane. And as well as that, we're also connected to this electric racing plane, which is this one. And we've bought, I think it's 18 2- to 4-seater by aerospace planes. We're still waiting for them, so there's not much news on that front, but I'll be talking about the amphibious and the racing plane, where things are actually happening. All right, innovation. In Norwegian, we define innovation as something that's new, useful, and utilized. So, ny, nyttig, og nyttiggjort. We have seaplanes already. What's new? Well, we're going to have batteries in them. We're going to make them sustainable. And we're doing a flying boat design, which means that the plane will land with its belly down in the water, creating very stable ground, actually. We have a low center of gravity as compared to this one, the kind of the mainstream seaplane. when there are fatal accidents, oftentimes people drown, and that's because if you lose control of this aircraft, it tips around often. So, amphibious, it's such a cool thing. We can do land, we can do water. It allows for a lot of flexibility. In Norway we have many fjords, we have lakes. Finland has lakes, Sweden has lakes. Actually, the biggest market for seaplanes is the Maldives, so we can go anywhere. This project is grounded in history as well. Seaplane activity is quite common in Norway. It has been historically. Today it's mostly rich people going somewhere. But it was used to travel and carry mail. It's been the lifeline. So it's something that's regulated into most municipalities' area plans, which is very practical for us. And also, it seems like the public is quite open for seaplane activity around harbours. It's not something completely new, right? We've already seen boats. There are other seaplanes there. We're used to activity. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. That's what I think about this plane. It's climate friendly. It's with the low center of gravity. It's quite safe. It's flexible due to the amphibious design. It's cost efficient. Maintenance-wise, we won't need that much activity because we won't suck in salty water and salty air. So that makes for new business models, new market opportunities. Range-wise, we are very honest about the fact that today, if we built this plane today and it was certified and it was set into use, we would have about 170 kilometers of operative range. We hope that by the time this is certified, sometimes around 2030, the battery technology will be developed. So there are a few estimates. A conservative one at 2029 almost allows us to go from Bergen to Oslo, but not quite. Elon Musk has said that we could go with 350 kilometers just in 2025. So let's hope for that, but also let's stay realistic for a while. It's going to be a completely new system. We can use new technology, ensuring safety, even though we're at remote locations, rural locations. The thought here is that we will connect urban areas with rural areas. So we've looked into different types of technology, such as remote tower technology. That could be possible, to not have someone actually sitting there controlling the traffic. We have looked at different sensory buoys, things like this. We will need quite a lot on this end, on the floating airport end, to make it very safe. That's obviously our goal, to have a safe system. And for some of you, know that this is not reality. This is Bergen. This is my hometown. It's been quite active in the Hanseatic period. We talked about that last night. It's to demonstrate the fact that it is very flexible and available, although we will probably have to be a little bit outside of the city centre. But it's fascinating to think what this might look like in the future, right? We aim to make door-to-door efficiency. We would like to have transport waiting for you at the other end. So if you don't arrive where you're supposed to be, then we would like to make that a seamless transition. Yes, we don't have a pressurized cabin, and two very practical and nice things come out of that. One is that the certification process hopefully will be shortened, and the other thing is that allows for quite big windows. This is the kind of window that we have on traditional trains. And if you then are a tourist and you want to see the gorgeous nature in Norway, then this is actually quite a good way to see it. You don't have to look out through those little tin boxes that we have on today's planes. So what could this look like if you wanted to go from Oslo to Copenhagen? Well, you could do a stopover in Göteborg. So we could either charge the plane there for 30 minutes, or you could change plane to a plane that's fully charged already. So we need to think anew. Traveling will probably take more time in the future if we want to make it sustainable. So this is to show that. What we're building is basically just a tube. We need to fill it with whatever the markets need. So we have 4 main configurations, one being a commuter configuration. We could fit in 9 to 14 people. We've looked at business configurations, more space, nicer interior, more room for luggage. Special missions. Today the government spends a lot of money on patient transportation. What if we could do it, but with a fraction of the time that it takes today, and hopefully more comfortable as well? Patients deserve that. And cargo-wise, we could fill it with 1 ton of useful load. So, as Trond Bakken said, we're doing R&D, research and development. We are in a consortium in Pilot T. We're looking at we're looking at the research questions related to the building of this new innovative plane. And racing plane-wise, we're connected with Eveny, energy utility company in Bergen. So this is a video of scale tests. We built a scale model. It's 1/5 of the total size. So it was built last year. We did tests on it, and it performed really well. So this is real. It's not animated. Moving on, air racing is the other thing that I'm going to talk about. We've converted a plane to use it for air racing, and this is sort of a side dish of what we're actually doing, but we've found that it's a really good opportunity for our technical personnel to be acquainted with electric systems. They learn a lot from this, and like Thomas says here, he's the CTO of Elfly. It's a really good arena for us to push forwards and innovate. It's batteries are heavy. If we use it where they're actually applicable now, in the future we will see bigger planes. This is the circuit. air racing, I think, from my perspective, it's Formula One, but with planes. That's the very easy explanation. If you're interested in learning more about how this actually works, I would recommend going into AirRace's website, because they have some explanations. To me, it's all just racing. As I said, Thomas, he developed the first ever electric seaplane. He's really a pioneer in what he's doing, and he's good at it as well. So the plane that we have is an old Kasutt. It's developed and made and built to just fly fast, and it does it. It performs really well. And so we've retrofitted it now with an electric motor and batteries. So this is what it looks like for the pilot. There's not much space, much more than one single body. But we could, for example, we could fly from Bergen to Stavanger. That is possible, because there's a lot of energy, not very much weight in the plane. It's flying, it's doing well. It's today actually the world's fastest electric plane, the fastest operative electric plane, because Rolls-Royce, they did the world record, but it's now in a museum. So ours is actually out here performing. So if anyone would like to collaborate with us, please just grab me, we can talk about it. So I thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation, and I'm sure that quite a few of us would like to sit in that fantastic seaplane and take off together into a sustainable transport future. We had some problems to connect earlier with Christopher Massinger from the Swedish Transport Agency, but those problems should be solved now.
Oh.
We can hear you, Christopher. Can you hear us? Hello, Christopher. We heard you for a second. Let's see.
Hej. Nu kan du köra igång.
Hey, Christopher. Hi, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Okay. Do you have a presentation? Yes, there it is. So we put that on screen for you.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Christopher Massinger. I work at the Swedish Transport Agency at the section for airspace and airdrome. And I'm currently working with airspace management and of course, the implementation of U-Space. I gave an extended version of this presentation already in June this year. And because of the lack of new information since June, I will today provide you with a shorter version of that particular presentation with some minor adjustments. And hopefully, times for questions after the slides. All right, so you all know by now that the Commission has issued 3 new regulations within the U-Space concept. We have the 664 cover regulations for the U-Space concept. We have the amending regulation 665 with an update to regulation 373 with regards to U-Space airspaces that will be established in controlled airspace. And then last but not least, the amending regulation to the SERA regulation called 666. That regulation emphasizes the new requirement for manned aviation that wishes to operate in our future designated U-Space airspaces. The U-Space cover regulation addresses 4 different roles in U-Space. We have the competent authority, the Common Information Service Provider, or CISP. We have the U-Space Service Provider, and we have the UAS operator. The competent authority will be responsible for the certification of U-Space service providers and Common Information Service Provider, and they will also be responsible for the decision process for establishing U-Space airspaces in the future. And of course, the CAA is also responsible to perform oversight on the service providers, but that will not be mandated before at least after a year of operation. The Common Information Service Provider, which is the backbone of a U-Space, they are responsible for multiple tasks, but in a short version, at least the different vertical and horizontal borders for every U-Space airspaces, and of course course, adjacent geozones or control zones. And they are also responsible to establish a list of different use-space service providers that offer their services in the current use-space. And of course, also responsible for the temporary, permanent, or temporary restrictions that are being established from one of the relevant authorities in the use-space. The use-based service providers are responsible to provide 4 mandatory services, that is network identification service, the geo-awareness, light authorization, and traffic information. They can also provide numerous of other services that are not mandatory. For instance, we have the weather service and conformance monitoring service also stated in the regulation. But there are also at least 10 different other types of services that can be offered within a use-based airspace that are currently not in the regulation. The UAS operator is responsible to have all the applicable permits and declarations, and of course also a drone that can use the services from a use-based service provider, and of course one to subscribe to one of the applicable use-based service provider in a specific use space. So some news. June this year, the Swedish Transport Agency was declared as the competent authority for the use-based regulations, with one major exception, and that is to Article 5.6 in the cover regulation, that says that the member states may issue a centralized structure for the common information service provider. That mandate is still at government level, so the government will have to decide on which road to start walking. And to this date, unfortunately, we do not have any decision on the CISP road as of yet. In the absence of a CISP, that is currently a little bit of a bottleneck in our implementation strategy. Since the CISP is the backbone of every use-based airspace, we cannot start designating any use-based airspaces as of yet. And probably we will not be able to do so before January 26 either. If Sweden decides to go with a single CISP, they will need to be certified according to the regulation, and a certification process cannot be initiated before we have a decision from the government in this question. When we have a certified common information service provider, we can start to accommodate and initiate use-based airspaces designations. But we have to bear in mind that use-based airspaces will only be deployed where there is need for it. So that means we can have different use spaces in Swedish airspace with different forms of requirements. During 2021 and the early of 2022, we have deployed some light versions of use-based airspaces, and that are to facilitate different kinds of demonstrations or research projects. And we have one example of that, this current danger area in the archipelago of Gothenburg. That danger area is to facilitate loss operations with UAS for search and rescue operations. And all of these emergency response is being coordinated with a Joint Rescue Coordination Center, also located in Gothenburg. But as we all know, danger areas or restricted areas will not be sufficient in the future when we see an increase in demand from different stakeholders. That is why we need use space. We can use the areas, and for some cases also restricted areas, but as we all know, these are not the perfect structures to be able to actually integrate demand with the unmanned traffic in the future. So if we take a quick look on the different use space implementation phases, we can see that we are currently somewhere between U1 and U2, with of course an aim to be fully integrated around year 2035. It will of course take some time before we reach a total integration with the current ATM structure and the technique that rely on artificial intelligence. But yeah, the journey has only just started. Eurocontrol mapped different aspects of the use-based concept where regulation is currently missing. And you can see from this picture and the color coding in the right corner where there is a need for future regulations and standards. And these are going to be based on different research projects currently being investigated throughout Europe in different constellations. We have the Chorus UAM project, and we have also different projects within the CISAR joint undertaking that is currently being demonstrated all over Europe. But This is also an issue and somewhat of a bottleneck for use-based integration. There are currently different standards missing for some of these aspects that we will need to have before the first phase of implementation and before we can start to scale up the deployment. If we look to EASA, they've also mapped a pretty ambitious implementation plan to urban air mobility, or innovative air mobility as it calls now, that is currently stretched until 2024. And so far this year, EASA has delivered a design specification for VFR vertiports. It is very similar to specifications for helipads, but the most certain difference, of course, is the approach and takeoff profiles. That, of course, will be conducted vertically instead of diagonally. And also last year, EASA published a NPA with 2021-14 on new AMC and guidance material for the use-based regulation. That NPA got over 2,600 comments from the member states. And to this date, the AMC nor the guidance material has been decided, but hopefully EASA expects to publish them in the later quarter of 2022. With hopefully we can also have some clarifications on the guidance material in the acceptable lines. EASA has also delivered a newly NPA 2022-06 on specific new rules for the specific and certified category of the US Regulation 947. Everyone is welcome to leave comments directed to EASA, but note the short amount of time left to do so. September 30th is the last day for comments. And also, according to EASA, they aim to be able to certify eVTOLs and UAS in a certified category already under 2023, and vertiports already from 2024, and also be able to support member states with airspace design from 2024. So hopefully they will be able to deliver in time to support the member states with the implementation strategies. So, short view on the current challenges. Before we can scale up our production and deploy use spaces, there are still some challenges that need to be addressed. There are still no standards, for example, detect and avoid capabilities. However, a demonstration of an example of detect and avoid capabilities from a research project is to take place at Linköping Airport on the 5th of October. Also, the use-based implementation requires coordination on different levels. Currently, the maturity of knowledge is on a low to medium level. For high-level discussions to be effective in the future, stakeholders need really to know and have the right information applicable for a specific case. Also challenged that the use space shall be financed by the end users eventually, but in the beginning and over some years, the development has to be financed through tax money before the users can bear their costs. We do not have any CISP yet in Sweden, and we do not also have any information or request from potential use-based service providers in Sweden, which is also a bottleneck into our implementation strategy. In September 2022, we also established a use-based certification task force that's currently being facilitated by, I think, 10 member states, and they are tasked to approve AMC and guidance material for the certification process. And the goal is to deliver the proposed material in November already. Bear in mind that the cover regulation is applicable in January, so it's a short amount of time for something. And also some sad news. Last week, UK, a standard organization, they declared that the already implemented standard for geographical UAS zones in use space is unfortunately not working. So a new standard is being developed with the aim to be delivered in May 2023, and then it has to be implemented in the regulation, so probably more than over a year before we can see a new standard that is applicable. Okay, so I'm starting to round up this presentation. A national regulation for use space has been initiated. I cannot say anything about the content or when it will be applicable as of now, but we will establish some consultational groups and reference groups this year, so more information is coming about that. We also aim to be able to certify use-based service providers and possible also a common information service provider from January 2023. Once we have initiated the certification process for the service providers, then we will also know more about when we are able to assess a first use-based airspace application. And of course, after at least a year of operation, or probably more than a year, we will also start with our risk-based oversight program for the use-based service providers. And yes, as a last slide of the presentation, I would like to address the importance of being prepared for the use-based implementation. The coordination process will be the absolute most time-critical element in the designation of a use-based airspace. And as you all know, time is money. Our new regulation on rates become applicable from the 1st of January 2023, and use-based airspace applications and certification applications is being facilitated by that new regulation. So, my sincere recommendation is actually save money by saving time, be prepared, and make sure to coordinate with all the relevant stakeholders at local and regional level, for instance, especially with other airspace users and air traffic services. We will be responsible to establish the coordination mechanism for the use-based airspace designation according to Article 18F. And I would like to advise the stakeholders in this room to read the material stated in the MPA 2021-14 on the coordination mechanism. There are some good information in that MPA, but also bear in mind, these are guidance materials and those are not binding. We will establish the with regards to reference scenario, and it's likely that the mechanism will be formed over time and also change to accommodate certain needs in the future. And of course, after gaining some experience also in this field. That was all for me. Thank you for listening. I don't know if we have any time for some questions, but I'm happy to answer if you have any.
Thank you, Christopher. If you hang around for 1 or 2 minutes, since we have Eurocontrol in the room, and I saw Eurocontrol waving here. So, Monish, a question for Christopher.
Good morning, Mr. Messenger. My name's Monish. I'm from Eurocontrol. Thank you for your presentation. You actually made my life easier. I was yesterday trying to talk to... Oh, okay, I need to look over here. I was trying to talk about similar matters yesterday. Well, one question I have for you is this, and you talked about that there is no SIS provision facility just yet, and there's no one coming forward for USSB. We hear different things from different member states across Europe in terms of the challenges for creating the Common Information Service provision. What's holding Sweden back, just out of curiosity, because there are different reasons from different countries? Could you share your thoughts, please?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Ms. Mears. The question about the single or distributed version of SISP is actually going back to at least 3 years when the Swedish Transport Agency, together with the Armed Forces and the National Service Provider LFV, conducted a survey that we were looking into these questions. And one statement in the report was saying that we in Sweden would like to have the future SISP structure being owned by state organization because of the information and because of the cybersecurity aspects to it, and also of course to the political and the armed forces necessary need to have these information types of classified in the order structure. So that is the main issue that we stated already 3 years ago. And now, since the government has issued the Swedish Transport Agency as the competent authority for the whole regulation, that exception from the Article 5.6 that says that the member state can designate a single common information service provider, that is actually a question for the government. But we do not see that it is going to be a single SIS as now, because we don't have any information as of yet. But hopefully the government will decide on which road to go for the Swedish implementation strategy.
Thank you, Christopher. Very thorough reply to that question. We will move on in the program, and thanks again, Christopher, and sorry for the technical hiccups, but eventually you came out very well here, and we heard you loud and clear. Thank you very much. Yes. So anyway, we managed to do that. Great. Jürgen, you should have a round of applause later. Now we move to, yes, let's do it now for Jürgen. Fighting like crazy here with the technology. So let's continue. We have now Maurits Andersson with your own laptop. Good luck with that one. No, we'll be fine, I'm sure. We know you. You know us. We know that you're working on something very interesting in and around Uppsala. Yes. My old hometown and university as well, where I studied. What's interesting also for me personally is that my father was very active in the forestry industry and is now retired. But when I showed him what you are working on, he was like, no, no way. But there is a way, and that's the way that you are going to describe now, the way of air forestry. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fredrik. Yes, my name is Maurits. I also brought with me
Yes.
Olle,
Yes,
who's
yes.
my co-founder. And we started air forestry a little bit more than 2 years ago. And as Fredrik said this morning, we don't know exactly what the future will bring, but we know that we are in for a change. That's for real. And when we embark on bold goals and courageous endeavors to realize a change for the future, for the better, there are 3 basic questions that you need to think about. Why we do something, what we are going to do, and actually how we manage to do that. If you can't answer those 3, it's going to be hard. So climate crisis is one of probably the humanity's most innovative driver forever. We need to address this challenge, and we know what's happening. This is an example of the carbon dioxide content of our atmosphere in the last million years, roughly. And we see that we are in a big spike right now. And if we zoom in a bit, the last 1,000 years or so, a few hundred years, we see that there's a big acceleration of the carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere. But you can also see something interesting. You see these wiggles in the modern times when we actually manage to measure the daily carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere. And that is actually Earth system breathing. So this is an animation based on data from NASA that shows how the photosynthesis is breathing during the year and taking up carbon dioxide in the forest and in the land and also in the sea. So this is the biggest system on Earth that can affect the climate. So if we can make something that improves the forest in a positive way in terms of carbon dioxide and other aspects, there's a big potential. And that's why we started air forestry.
Yes, and what we are doing is the most innovative solution that the forests have seen for the past century. We are basically reinventing the forest by moving up the forest machine in the air to skip a lot of issues with the ground-based. And we are aiming for start, one of the most important tasks you can do in a forest is thinning out the forest. Remove weak, small, and diseased trees to make more room for the bigger ones to grow even better and increase the value of the forest, both in vitality and resilience of the forest also. But to doing that today, we are using huge machines. These machines that thins out the forest today weighs from 15 ton upwards and consume just in Sweden 60 million liters of diesel per year just to remove 60 kilos trees in the first thinning operations. That's not the big problem. You need to cut down 20% of young forests to access the trees that you would like to remove in these thinning operations. And you're also hurting the forest as much because you're damaging sensitive ecosystems and also driving over the root systems of the trees. And also you're creating a huge environment issue by ground compaction that leads nutrients and sludge downstreams towards lakes and systems. The forest, in Canada they also call it the highway to hell. As much as 14% of the Canada's land is incapacitated due to machine interaction with the forest soil. And the forests are also threatening of the global warming and are more stressed than ever. So for example, this infestation of bark beetles starts in small piles and then attacks, and you can access the trees and remove it with the big machines. And for example, from the United States, 41% of the biomass are at risk due to non-native invasive pests. And this creates also dead forests as are fuel for mega fires that emit 6.5 gigaton carbon dioxide 2021. And by thinning out the forest and managing the forest, we can increase the resilience of the forest. And that's why we at Air Forestry, in a non-invasive land management methods, can fly out electrified, battery-driven drones and autonomously removing trees from the forest and create a better, more sustainable forest. And it's so simple. The first napkin sketch that me and Moritz started this company journey, fly out to the forest, attach a tool at the treetop, the limbs to trees, letting the branches and fir needles stay in the forest as the best fertilizer ever, bring out the tree to the roadside where it can be cut in pieces for further transportation to the industry. And everything can be managed from an operating station, where we can also improve the working environment. So of course we have tried this out. So we have developed our own harvesting head tool that we can attach underneath the drone. Today we do parallel development. So now we're harvesting trees from a crane, and we have done weight reduction on this harvesting tool from like 800 kilos to 60 kilos and doing it battery driven. But our biggest insight was that the gravity actually do all the work. So just the gravity pulls down and the limbs all the trees, and then we can cut it off and lift it out without touching the forest floor or another trees. So that's fantastic. So that means that the forest owners can now get more healthy, more productive forest. They can harvest in any harsh and remote terrain and get a better industry flow. And also the system is really simple and robust and light. Imagine a drone, it's a few pieces compared to a harvester machine. And the best thing that we also letting more trees remain and grow in the forest in these access routes that you can skip. And that means we can store up to 1 to 2 million tons extra carbon dioxide just in Swedish forests. And also we can eliminate the diesel consumptions. But on a global scale, it's contributed to 2 million tons of carbon dioxide extra storage in the productive forest systems that we have, and also creating more resilient and addressing a 6.5 source of emissions. And it's really efficient. We're almost doubling the production per day to half the energy consumptions. So the business case is really huge in this. So our mission is to take a huge chunk out of the carbon dioxide emission from the equation and create more beautiful, more resilient, and more productive forests.
Yeah, exactly. What are we doing? As I said, a bit more than 2 years ago, basically on our spare time, we built a small drone, flew it. We managed to attract a bit of funding. We built a bigger drone in the 25 kilo class to show that we can fly. And later on, we started building a big drone, the full scale, 6.2 meters from tip to tip, and we flew it in the spring for the first time. And we are started in a barn, basically, as a startup should do. We are testing the propellers, we're testing the motors, we are designing the control system, and here we assemble the drone for the first time so that you can see the scale of this. It's also a drone that is really transportable. It has to be compatible with the logistics of being in forest. So that's what we're doing. We're also testing the drone indoors behind the safety glass, of course. We are building a flight organization and flight company, so we think about safety first. We managed to demonstrate the first liftoff indoors with our control system, and we were very happy about that. That's a big milestone for us. But of course, we are also building a stellar organization with a stellar team to do this. So here are some. Here you can see the other co-founders, Marcus and Caroline Ballerud, and some of the other senior people also. But we're also building a top-notch tech team, and we have basically covered all the technological areas in the team, and now we need to scale up. As I said, we're also building a flight organization, so we have now our own permit to fly at our own place with this drone. So that's amazing. And of course, as soon as we got that in April last year, in April this spring, we need to have a bit of technical, of course. Let's do it like this. Yeah, let's go. Oh, okay. Strange. Do it here instead. So out in the field, it's actually fairly quiet, to be honest, but there's big room to improve the sound noise from the propellers also. But it's still very, very low noise actually. And we actually also managed the landing, if you were uncertain about that. So this was really happy. We showed it to our customers, and we also showed it to the press, and got quite a bit of response of that. People think it's crazy. It is, but it's doable.
I believe it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
But of course, I mean, this is a perfect application for battery-driven drones. We actually don't need a long range or long duration for this mission, but we still need to make sure that we have renewable energy in the field. So our solution is to bring out a grid battery, and we are actually the first customers to Vattenfall's portable grid solution. That shows that this is actually possible to do in the field, and it's certainly within the business model and also within the sustainable limits that we put hard limits on ourselves, so to speak. We want to make this really, really good.
Yeah, and on top of that, we're also developing a new operation environment. Today, 98% of the people that work in forest are men. So our forests are managed by men, and the environment for the forest operations are designed by men. So this is like the first female forest machine operating station that we're really proud actually to be a part of, to make the forestry more inclusive for everyone. So this is our fantastic team inside our nice cabin where we can control all the drone systems from, and you can come to the forest, sit and take a nice coffee, and improve the quality and improve the forest environment from this really lovely place. So please, we are looking for people, so please join our movement and reinvent the forest for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Extremely interesting. Let's avoid this kind of round sound. But just to tell you that since my father was working in the forest or managing that, so I worked in the forest as well when I was a teenager. And those small, let's say, mobile houses for us to have coffee breaks did not look like that.
No.
So only that is an improvement, I can tell you. No, but and the other thing that my father said is that technology aside, was an improvement for the working conditions.
Yeah.
Enormous. So congratulations and keep up the good work. I think we will move to the next presentation immediately because time is not on our side. Alexandra Österplan, you have not arrived today from China, but you just flew a plane.
Yes, I did.
Not from China.
It was a passenger.
Yeah, how was it?
It was fantastic to fly. 100% EV flight. It's an amazing experience.
Was it your first?
This was actually my first time. Yes.
Okay, so
I'm going to talk about it.
yes. So now you know, and now we will hear you discussing the company, the product that you are working for and representing. I don't know if I pronounce this right, but Xiaopeng? Xiaopeng, completely wrong, so fine. Xpeng, yes. That's a drone that I think most of us have heard about, and I've seen it in Stockholm at the electric car fair or electric fair there some time ago. And now we're very interested to hear about the plans of your company to put this on the market. Alexander.
If you want to have the microphone. No, I think I can take this one.
Okay.
So I'm going to do some clicking here as well. Rätt eller så? Jag kan ta den. Så. Så där någonting, eller? So, do you hear me now? Yeah, perfect. Well, hi again. My name is Alexander Österplan, and I'm the Head of Communication and Public Affairs at Xpeng Motors in Sweden. And I also have my lovely colleague with me here today, Veronica Nilsson, who is our PR manager. She's sitting over there. So we are two from Xpeng representing here today. And I assume that you really know who we are, though that you have probably heard of us a couple of times. But I would really like to show you something that maybe makes some interest. Before I go into what we are for a company, I would like to show you a film to show you a little bit more about the company. Yeah, so as you can see from this film, we are so much more than just a car company. Xpeng is a fascinating and innovating company. We were founded 2015. We have grown significantly since 2021. We have sold over 100,000 cars. And this is just in 7 years. It's pretty remarkable. Well, as you can see from this slide, we have 3 areas that we are working in. We are the motor part, EVs, we are flying cars, and we have robotaxis. And everything is connected. So, and it's, no, so started here, yeah. So, it all started with an idea that cars just don't have to be transported on the roads. Instead, our founder, Xiaopeng, it's his name actually, to pronounce it correctly, founded it and wanted to shape the driving of the future. It means take a big step away from the fossil fuel cars towards a smart innovation mobility solutions, always powered by electricity. So why did we choose Sweden? Innovation is one of the reasons, of course, why we think at Xpeng that Sweden is a good match with us. We see that Sweden is a perfect place to continue the development and become smarter in our solutions. We are in the world, in Sweden is one of the world's most innovative countries, as you know, something that has been proven time to time in decades. It's not only when it comes to cars, of course, but also music, urban development, and business. So this is something that we have to move forward with, and we think that this is where we're going to shape the future. Another reason is because Sweden is taking a pole position when it comes to sustainability and the necessary transition to a more climate-smart future. I'm convinced that sustainability is connected to our innovative Veen, but it still deserves to be seen as its own cause, and that is how we see it at Xpeng. And we have 2 things that we want to focus on by expanding in Sweden. It may sound a little bit silly, or maybe also as a cliché, but we want to change the world. Car by car, human by human. And we want to do it in the right track. For a company just founded 7 years ago in China, we have a store in Sweden, in Stockholm. We have a collaboration with Bilia, and we are a membership of Mobility Sweden. It's pretty remarkable. However, the road between Stockholm and Guangzhou is pretty far, I have to say. It's not as been easy all the way. We develop and manufacture only 100% electrified smart mobility solutions. We have not even tried to develop a car that runs on fossil fuel, not even one. We are so convinced that the future is electric and fossil-free, both on the road and in the air. In fact, we are the first Chinese smart EV company to take on a global car market. and which is ISO certified in terms of data management and GDPR. XPeng has also received the highest ESG rating. ESG stands for Environmental, Social and Governance. And the rating we have received is the highest ranking when it comes to taking care of our environment, our employees, and other who works with us, and correctly, of course, related to laws and regulations. So, now we come into probably the ones that you're most interested in. But we think, of course, that we think so much more that just electric cars. We believe that the mobility of the future is not only on the road, but also in the air. Our flying car, as we call it, X2, that is created by XPeng Aeroth, which is the largest flying car company air company in China. This is our fifth, the one we see here is our fifth generation of flying car that has been released in 2013. Then we started to explore the low altitude air mobility for consumers. So I would like to show you another film from the XPeng Aeroth headquarters in Guangzhou. Yeah, and the idea to start to build these flying vehicles comes from the beginning, from the traffic jams that our founder experienced in China, in cities in China. It could take hours to just go a few hundred meters. Something new was required, and we have to change it bit by bit. And he did not even have to look very far. Watching any science fiction movie from the late half of the 20th century, a flying car is probably an ingredient. We also saw that yesterday from other presentations. This is nothing new. We have seen it before. So, why don't do it for real? The technology has already existed. It was just a matter of putting it in a new context. To enable point-to-point mobility, or in our case, from garage to garage, we cannot simply put an autonomous driving and an autopilot flying together. We must break the gaps between them. Also, the system should plan the routes considering both road and traffic, and air traffic. These are the challenges that we are dealing with. So, the XPeng X2 shares many technologies with our EVs in terms of design, intelligent cockpit, and autopilot flying. Starting with the design, it has the look and feel of a P7, one of the cars that we're going to launch in Sweden next in the summer in July. Simply but futuristic. Coming to the spec, X2, go to the next slide, the spec. Coming to the spec, X2 supports 400 volts of flying high voltage power platform with 4 sets of battery, 4 shafts with dual motors and 8 rotors. It seats 2 passengers, has a maximum speed of 130 km per hour and weight in total of 760 kilograms. We have been doing a lot of tests with the flying car, including extreme flight conditions, such as high altitude, extreme atmospheric disturbance, and low temperatures. Besides the engineering parameters, I'd like to mention 3 features, because the X2 is indeed a flying car for customer market. And of course, safety first. We have equipped X2 with double powertrain systems and triple flying control systems. And X2 is equipped with the system safety and reliable always in mind. The enclosed body is designed to provide maximum protection, of course, to the passenger. Second feature is the intelligent cabin, which we have much in common with the Xpeng's out EVs. The floating display and design are adopted from our cars, with simplified human-machine interaction. With X2, all commands can be easily passed to the flying car through touch of the screen or a voice assist. This is also some features that we have in our cars already. And also they share a lot of the same smart OS, which we also developed in-house. The third feature is the autopilot flying system. X2 is equipped with object dedication system and advanced algorithms for autopilot flying. The car provides you with the route options to your destination. Again, we believe flying should be as simple as driving a car. That is exactly how we made the X2. The future has always been impossible to predict. But we know that the climate change on our planet will change the way we live today. Electric cars are a good fit, step towards a more sustainable future, but we feel that something more is needed to be done. Xpeng X2 is not a solution that will soon be too many for the Earth can handle, but it's a way to treat the symptom. But we understand it's difficult to understand the future without experience it. If no one builds the future, it's hard to imagine. 10 years ago, it was impossible to even imagine that EVs would be the thing. Today, they are everywhere. The same goes for flying cars. Within 5 to 10 years, we believe that vehicles like the X2 will change the entire experience. We are constantly working through that goal. Flying cars like the X2 can contribute to a significant reduction in traffic congestions in well-populated metropolitan areas. But they can also completely change the conditions for the countryside. So, I would like to share you another film about how our exploration of the future mobility looks like. Well, pretty cool. This is the 6th generation flying electric car from Xpeng Aeroth, which in 2024 will be started to produce in China. We are not far away from the flying car that will really change the way we look at transportation and driving. We aim to integrate the car and an eVTOL and an intelligent service all together, combined our experience in all 3 fields, so that it can achieve the dual state of travel, both on the road and in the air. And for our customers, a point-to-point mobility experience without switching vehicle. I like to mention that this design you see here is not the final design. We are still choosing between different designs that will look like. But the one we have seen now looks more like you have more roof box on the roof that the the rotors goes into. But we will see what it will look like very soon. So we already talked about the safety. It's the same goes for this one. The safety is the most important thing with these flying cars. We continue to develop the safety measurement on the X2 for the flying car, including design, powertrain, flight control system, and with the enhanced safety and, of course, reliability. When it's on the road, it looks like a car, drives like a car, and parks like a car. On the other hand, our 6th generation is ready to fly when the conditions permits. We believe in 5 to 10 years, flying cars will change our experience of mobility, especially in urban and suburbs. We are working towards that goal. To make that happen, we also need to work with local authorities and partners, especially here in Sweden. So we are now looking into do some tests with the X2, like I saw before, here in Sweden next year. So together, let us explore the future of mobility, but we at XPeng have just started. The next generation will continue to take steps. We also see that Sweden is a perfect match for this. So this, I would like to end my presentation with this picture, with our cars and also our flying vehicles. So now we just have to grab it and fly with the future. And well, the future is already here, like you can see in this picture. So in probably a couple of years, we will also see the flying Generation 6 on the roads and in the air. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. So I don't know how many of you saw this machine, this aircraft at the electromobility
E-Car
exhibition?
Expo.
Yes.
E-Car Expo, yeah.
It looked fantastic, and we can only wish that it's on the market and that we have the rules, the regulations, the infrastructure as soon as possible to cater for it.
Yeah, and actually I could just mention that yesterday we did the first test flights outside China in Dubai with the X2.
Ah, okay,
So, yeah.
great. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We continue. Kim, also a well-known speaker these days when we talk about future mobility, air mobility.
It's because of my Swedish accent.
Yeah.
I'm from Köping, so the Swedish should love it. Anyway.
Because if there's something that we need to have a system of future airborne mobility, we need the infrastructure. Infrastructure is a must. And fortunately, that's exactly what you are looking at. And
Yeah.
I'm sure we will hear a lot about.
Yes.
I'll give you 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. All right.
Go ahead.
Let's go quickly then. Can we see anything here? No. One more time. Okay, that's how it works. So a little bit about IBG. I'm from IBG, Kim Selander. Worked in Eurocontrol before and with LFV as well. I'm the founder of Independent Business Group. If you fly to Qatar for the World Cup, we design the airspace. It's totally safe, don't worry. It's a really good airspace. But our company is actually in the conventional aviation as well with the infrastructure. We work a lot with efficiency, airport infrastructure, and air traffic management. A2M is our new branding, so don't get confused. IBG is still IBG, but we have now a unit dedicated for advanced air mobility. So you are the first one to see this. We're launching the new brand in a week during the chorus flight, but you get a sneak peek of the logo. And we work a lot with supporting municipalities, cities, regions, initially with ideas, explain what is AAM. It's not about flying sources like we have in Norrköping with the TFAT, Jalle, Julle, Julius, but we are talking about the new infrastructure that we need to build, create an awareness, and from there, planning, designing, and finally implementing space around Sweden and other countries. I wanted to start a movie, so let's start with this one. So our vision in Cookie Jar, my other company, is to enable transport between cities, but not only city center to city center. We are talking suburb to suburb. If Xiaopeng, I hope the pronunciation was right, wants to have their ambitions realized, we need to have a lot of landing sites around Sweden, not only city center to city center or airport to airport. Of course, love to ski, and Åre is a great place to fly to. Takes some time to drive, as you saw, but with this type of new mobility, we can actually access Åre within 14 minutes from here, and that's, I think, quite amazing. But it should be affordable, and this is the main problem we have. Infrastructure generally is not affordable. Aviation historically never thought affordable in a sense, because we've been working with mass transit primarily, or helicopter operations, which is not affordable, to be honest. So that is something that we have to think about. We have a lot of companies from the car industry, from the avionics side as well, investing a lot in building electrical vertical takeoff and landing vehicles and drones. But the big problem is we have nowhere to land, and we haven't planned how to fly over our cities and over our rural areas. And this is a challenge that we have to address. It's not all about regulations. Regulation sets the framework that we have to work within, but how do we really want things to fly over our cities? This is something that we have to plan. This is really important. Doesn't matter if the regulation allow it. New York said no to flying over the city, even though the regulations would allow setting up a route. So it's up to us as a community to allow something to fly. So we go from no infrastructure to something that we have to build a complete infrastructure. And this is something important. And this is something that we really have to think about. And to do that, we also need to think about the vision. This is coming from Europe. Every 3,000 inhabitants in a small community should have access to a vertiport, a landing site, a drone port. Well, if that's the case, the drone port cannot cost 6 million euro. The drone port cannot cost 2 million euro. We have to start thinking about how can we make affordable infrastructure that actually is affordable for people to use. Because in a landing site, a helipad, so to say, probably you can get 36 people an hour on one landing site. That's 12 movements, in average 3 in every drone. Then it can't cost 6 million euros. So you have to think about these things. We have these players. Luckily, Fredrik Massinger talked about this already. The CISP, USSP, making sure that we have common information to share amongst all the stakeholders, not only within this new disruptive industry. USSPs to monitor the traffic, not control the traffic like air traffic controllers. Vertiport operators. And of course, the one that designs the airspace and plans the airspace. Somebody has to do that. So that's something that we have to do. In airspace, we have control and uncontrolled. What we don't have is unregulated. It's all regulated, don't worry, it's regulated. But we have controlled airspace, where we have air traffic controllers handling the traffic. And now the uncontrolled airspace will be available for this type of technologies. So we need to start planning for that. And this is something the municipalities have to do. And I say municipalities, not a municipality. I have a perfect example. Region 10, do we have anybody from Region 10? Yes, I prepared you already this breakfast, so yeah, it's already prepped. But Region 10 is 10 municipalities going together, and they are doing planning together. And this is something you should think about. You can work as regions, but you all have your own interest within your own municipality. Somebody in Vilhelmina will not go to Arjeplog and complain if you have flights flying over the house. It will go to the local municipality, the local politicians. But it's good to do it in cooperation because it's cost effective. We need to think multimodal. We already do that. We just don't know it. In an airport, we are multimodal. We go to the airport with bus, taxi, we can bike. There's many ways to get to an airport. And then we fly away. Also with vertiports, we have to think about multimodal planning. Where do we place them? Do we place them near other hubs? Doesn't compete with the existing ground infrastructure. If you want to use train, you use train. But if you go sideways in Sweden, it's hard to use train. It's not many train routes going this way. They usually go this way. So this is something that we have to think about. Just complement what we have and solve it. And like I said, cost effective. We need to think about power. Somebody mentioned that already. We've seen air forestry as well. They've been thinking about power. The society have to think about power. How do we get power to these places? We can have mobile solutions like air forestry, because it works for their solution. We need to have fixed solutions, maybe in vertiport locations. Hydrogen as well is coming. So this has to be designed and thought about. And then they come challenges like fire rules. How do you deal with a fire? A battery fire on a rooftop, for example. Like I said, we need to have use-based service provider, somebody to monitor the traffic. And my feeling, the one that actually implements the airspace, invests in the airspace, is also going to appoint this company to do the monitoring for them. And then it's of course more cost effective if you do it in a group rather than one by one to hire their services. This may be LFV, who knows? I think they are going that way. I know FinTraffic is. I know there are other companies that are private that are going that route. So we will have a lot of use-based service providers. But before they come, they need to have something to monitor, and that's where cities come in. Why are we doing this? Well, we already mentioned environment. It's clear this is a green way of flying. It's actually the greenest way to build infrastructure is airspace. Much greener than building railroad. That's much greener than building roads, actually. You don't need cement for an airspace. It will fall down. I'll tell you, I did a trial in Norrköping. Hurt my foot. Anyway, for society, it's a democratizing air mobility. It's not democratic today. I've been traveling to, somebody been to the French Riviera, you can fly to Monaco with a helicopter, it's fantastic. You do it once and you think, oh, that was something I will put on Instagram, and you're very proud, and you never do it again because it's too expensive. This mobility industry is not looking at helicopter operations. They are not building car industries, car manufacturing for helicopter operations. They're building it for mass transportation, where we have several small drones flying at a very cost-effective price, so we can actually travel with this mobility. So that's quite important. And then, of course, if you're a first mover, the region, I think Östersund is a perfect example. You're a first mover, Green Flyway. What do? You attract companies that would never find Östersund on the map if it weren't for the fact that we have all this. Really. I found Östersund because I like skiing, so I have to go through Östersund to go skiing. But I mean, think about it. It's employment. It's a no-brainer if you're a politician to invest in this. So really, look at being the first mover. Be the one that invest in this road infrastructure in the air. Be the one that look at vertiports out here. Look at charging infrastructure. Look at those aspects, and you'll get all the players. $7 billion has been invested into the major companies for eVTOL manufacturing. They have nowhere to fly. Let's make it happen for them as well, and for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim. Excellent. Talk about excitement, and do you know yourself, if you would predict, when will you have your first vertiport, if you had your wish?
I will have a prototype 23, 24 I will have it certified because I'm following EASA rules, and then we will just launch it all over the world. But please come to me, order 10 of them now, I'll give you a discount. So good price.
Thank you very much. I can also make a little advertisement for this report that the team of IBG wrote for my association. It's in Swedish, but we're thinking of translating it right into English. It's about tomorrow's aviation system, and I think it has all the elements that we need to think about when we're building the new system.
It's an excellent report.
It's very good.
Thank you.
Contact me if you want to have a look at it. No problem. We have it on the on our website as well. So now we start to close the conference or the seminar. It's been 2 interesting half days. Feels like 2 full days because we had so many presentations, so many presenters, and some of you got to fly as well. So I'm sure you will remember these days for quite some time. But now we have a little panel discussion. What's in it for the cities? So I would like to invite Tor. Is he still here? There you are, Tor. Great. And Martin Riese. There. And Hans Dunder. Are you? Yes, there you are. Great. And I'd like to try to have a few moments of let's say your attention, but also from on this particular topic. What's in it for the cities? And since we could think that you are then representing cities involved in this project, I'm sure you wouldn't have entered into this project unless you found that there was really something in it for you. So maybe I'll just start. I don't know if Tor, if you want to go first and explain a little bit how you see it. What's in it for the cities? What's in it for your city?
I think this conference sums it up all right. What you have seen from Chapong and from IBG and all the others says everything about what can be for the cities. But the cities have to act now because the future is now. As Mr. Bauer said yesterday, the future is here now. The next generations, they look for mobility as a service. They don't care about how they will go from point A to point B. But what I see from Trondheim is that the use of airspace over the city is not a part of planning at all. Trondheim municipality is part of several Horizon Europe projects where they talk about developing smart mobility without thinking about airspace at all. And a part of the solution is that, as we saw from China. And we also see that in Stockholm, where I visited last week, and from Oslo and Trondheim. You have big obstacles on the road and on the ground. So if you can move something from the ground and up in the air, some problems are solved. And also the politicians and the administration have to take into consideration, do we want this kind of activity over our heads? Or where do we want this activity? Because the future is here. The technology is here. So it's just about a question of time when you will see these vehicles around the cities, and also in Norway and Sweden, where we have quite large long distances between cities and villages. It could be a solution so people can live where they want and not where they must. So as long as you can commute within 1 hour, doesn't people can live more places. So the politicians and the administration have to think and start planning for the future.
Do you see back home that there is understanding, interest, knowledge? What keeps us from, or you from, moving quickly in this field?
Yeah, it's about planning, and it's about persons interested in this kind of technology. Trondheim have 2 heliports, that's all, and it's for the ambulance services and the air ambulance, and they don't care about what's going on over the over the city. You have flights bound for Trondheim Airport, but it's a tech capital. Trondheim likes to call itself the tech capital of Norway. So why? And we have big autonomous environments within SINTEF, within the university. So you have people that want to implement this, but the politicians and the administration, they are developing project without thinking about airspace as a part of the solution. So knowledge is a part of it.
Thank you. Hans, what have you discovered new during these 2 days? I want you to answer that question, but first tell us how you, and let's say from your perspective, your city, what's in it for you?
Well, do you hear me? Okay, thank you. One thing is definitely this, that in Sweden, the planning monopoly is put on the municipalities. They are the only ones actually who are allowed to plan the physical planning or the spatial planning. Regions and national level have something to say, individuals definitely, and actors, but it is the municipalities who are responsible. And we have a law that allows us to plan in 3 dimensions. But this is the same thing here, that we have not been thinking about the air, because that has not been regarded. But as a front runner, as we are, actually here in Östersund or in this region, we have understood that. We have a digital twin, we have been working and thinking about this, and we have had starting a dialogue with those city planners. And so they are now, yes. So we have started something, a process, which we definitely will bring into the, 2.0 version, because this is something that not will come by itself. It has to be planned, and we see a lot of possibilities and a lot of problems also. And we have also been seeing that this is an issue in Stockholm. They don't really know the answer, the questions yet, and not definitely know the answers, but they are trying to put up the questions. And I think we are here now ahead, and we feel, okay, we are quite comfortable. And the thing is that this project, Green Flyway, is actually situated in the city planning. We have the city planners who is responsible for this project from the city of Östersund. So it's which is natural, so to say, to have. But still it's difficult to think about it. But it's definitely so that we have to bring in this planning of the infrastructure up in the air and connect it like a mobility of a service, but also connect where will the hubs be? Of course on the railway station, on the airport, on the top of the garage, which is just connected to the big main square, where the action takes place and so on. But on what other places? So this is what I bring with me, and these days I knew it from the beginning, but I've been convinced after listening to all you and seeing that, okay, we are in relatively faced with both Eurocontrol and the EASA and the Swedish Transport Agency. Well, not really, we are running ahead, but they are at least catching us. So.
There we are. Thank you very much. So, Martin, your take on this, your city, your, let's say, area, what is in it for you, and do you see how you say that sense of, yes, you have the interest, you will attract the energy that you need to change the system?
Absolutely. You're very kind to call Frösö a city, by the way. It's only 5,000 inhabitants. So, so in contrast to Trondheim and Östersund too, the Frösö municipality is very scarcely populated. But for Röros in particular, we are.
You hear me? Röros is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, so we only have 5,500 inhabitants, but we receive over 1 million visitors every year. So there's huge opportunities and needs for transport, and smart transport and sustainable transport, both to the tourists and the inhabitants. And Röros is small, so like a lot of other smaller municipalities, they have difficulties, or at least they have to think smart if they're going to deliver good services to the people and to the visitors. And that means both transport and emergency services and other public services and health. We have talked a lot about health yesterday, and we see what Everdrone is doing and what Aviant is doing, and the huge impact they have on saving lives and saving resources. Because health services, good health services, is one of the biggest challenges that the small municipalities have today and in the future. So if you're going to solve that and give the inhabitants good health services, we have to use technology, and we have to do it resource effective. So I think drones and autonomous technology is very, very important in that sense. Thank you.
Yes, I know that you want to speak.
Yeah,
no. First of all, I mean, it's really interesting to see that we're coming to the end of this project. And before I let Hans and Tor jump in, I would like to make a survey here in the room, because we already mentioned Green Flyway 2.0. So who here would be for positively orientated to that kind of project? So Green Flyway 2.0. Okay, so I don't see anyone, and I don't, probably you don't dare to say anything else, but no, it shows it's an interest. But what I would like to, this is like I asked for a volunteer, and I think you guys are volunteers, because you are representing Europe here, and this is very interesting because you come up to us, listen to everything what is being said here, you participate and contribute with your knowledge and experience, and you see that we want to do another project, 2.0. With a few words, what would you want to see in such a project now that you have heard about this project? If you don't mind.
Sure. What do I want to see? I'm really pleased to see that two neighboring countries, have come together to solve a common problem. We don't see that happening in other parts of Europe. So whilst we're trying to get the ecosystem all built and operational at European level, which will take the time that it will take because it's many countries, I want to see other countries in Europe perhaps taking the best practice from the Green Flyway project. So therefore I really want you to continue and try to solve some of the problems that they have in their own backyard with their neighbors. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, so I think for sure it's not for me to say or for Europe to say what we would like to see. I think what I heard was a lot of very good ideas, which obviously will inspire the next phase, and I think that's all great and inspiring. And if there's one thing to add from the EU level, what we would like to see is something that works locally and that inspires and will keep us on our toes, because the kind of project that you're doing here is keeping the regulator on their toes. It's pushing us to be better, to make solutions that are needed for things to be happening. And we have to prioritize. And in order to know what to prioritize for, we need to see what works. And if you're showing us in 2.0 what will work, that's going to keep us on our toes and very busy for the next year. So that would be my take. Thank you.
I think that was those were very, very wise words, and I think we take them with us. They are recorded, I'm sure, so we remember them. Maybe a few closing words, Hans and Tor.
Yeah, I can start. Two things. I spent 8 years with the CAA in Norway. In 2008, I started there. We didn't talk about drones. The only drones we talked about was the one the Americans flew down in Iraq. I were in the CA when the drone explosion came. It was between 2012 2013. In 2012, I answered 14 calls from media and the society about drones. 2013, I answered 400 in 220 days of work. So that was when the technology started. And what we saw from the regulators' side and authorities' side, it was that we couldn't cope with the technical development. So I think that is one of the main issues that we also have to solve, even though EASA have come a long way since then. But we started working on drone regulations back in 2012 and 2010. Talking about 7 years of implementation, and it came into force 1st of January last year. So it says a lot about the regulators' responsibility here to get the knowledge of the technology that is in process. And they have done a great deal of work since I worked in the CA. And lastly, as a closing remark from me, we are not doing this for our generation. Look at me and Hans. We are grey. He is a pensioner. I'm a pensioner in 10 years. So it's not for our generations. We are doing this. We have to prepare for the next generations, my children, my grandchildren, so they don't end up like we do, sitting hours in queue, or moving or living where we must and not where we would like to. So it's for the generations to come, the work we are starting on here.
Well, one thing is that what we are really good at actually is multi-governance cooperation in this region. We have been working with the municipalities, the region, national level, the inter-Nordic level, but that is because we have to overcome certain obstacles, and we see that cooperation is one of the best ways. But we also looking for this: how do we get this kind of solutions that are for actually Singapore or others to work for us, where we have an opposite problem, sparsely populated areas, and how do we get a viable, business-wise viable solution? But this thing is, we see here that when we can mix, like we're doing, like the healthcare, the societal care, the elderly care, with the real business, by bringing rich people or wealthy people from this airport to the Swedish Alps, where they are thinking that, oh, well, having fun and prepared to pay a lot for this transport. And combining those two transport modes and the planning of that, and get in a total a very good solution for the total society, for everyone. That is what I see is the interesting combination that we are doing. Because there is only on the region, on the national level, it's only the government who has this total overview. But on the in the rest of the society, actually, it is only the municipalities who has this responsibility to have the total overview, and we have to consider ourselves as a centric part. Östersund is the center of this region, but therefore we have also responsibility to have a dialogue with the others and cooperate and do this in a very good way for the citizens. It must be accepted by the citizens. So this is what I bring with me.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice summarized. I just want to say a closing word about what you, sir, said about the multinational corporations, because we talk a lot about the regions both in Norway and Sweden, but why should the national border be a border? Because we are one region across borders too. So I think that is very important for Green Flyways 2.0. Sadly, the pandemic put some restrictions on 1.0, so it got a lot of Norway and Sweden activities, but hopefully we will do more together in 2.0.
Thank you very much. So with those words, I think we are ready to close the seminar. And Hans?
Kim was...
oh, sorry, yes?
I want to ask an intelligent question.
Go ahead.
So we talked about municipalities getting awareness. I'm sure they will actually, because we have some that are going to inspire the other ones. So I usually see it's like airport CDM. You had a few in the beginning, and then everybody wanted to do it. Question is, how can the CAA handle all the applications when all the other ones comes? Have you done anything in the EASA to look at the amount of applications coming in? And maybe we had some ex-CAA here having problems with a lot of questions. So what's your thought on this? Because I think that's a big challenge coming up.
Yeah, I suppose if you have a short reflection on that, okay?
Well, I think the one answer I've given yesterday is the project, the IAM Hub, where we're trying to see what we can do at European level to help municipalities to get started, to to connect the dots also digitally, provide tools that can be available for municipalities to get started. So there's some thinking along those lines. But I think we'll have to acknowledge that it's going to be a huge challenge. Just to, the amount of work that's coming towards the authorities in that sense. Yeah. But there you go. That's the future to be handled. Yeah. As you say, you have to plan that for that future in order to put it in practice and be prepared.
I have one more thing which is of great importance, and that is we have to thank our perfect moderator with a big hand. He has done a fantastic job keeping us in the time schedule, more or less, but also having your reflections in the morning and so on. So very much thank you. And Fredrik, Kämpfe is a fighter. The Swedish way for fighters. He is a real representative of that name. He's a fighter. For the
Thank you. I'll send you off with a final quote, and I think it's a quote of a very bright future still, and it's from Dr. John Lilly, an American scientist. Some of you may know him. Our only security of mankind is our ability to change. Thank you.
Så. Tack för vad sa du? Ja men. Ja, detsamma.